The pick is in, and it's the move we expected. Bronny James joins the Los Angeles Lakers. I'm Trevor Lane. Joining me is Mark Gunnels. Mark, your instant reaction on this pick?
Well, not surprised to say the least. And I do want to say that I do believe that Bronny James, despite his height, it's probably the only thing I really am not thrilled about. He is 6'1.5" without shoes. So we'll call it about 6'2". And he's not really a true point guard. He's more of a shooting guard, combo type guard. So at that size, a little concerning. But I will say I think he has defensive upside. I think he could be a knockdown, catch and shoot type of guy on the perimeter. And look, he's not going to be asked to play 30 minutes right out the gate. This is going to be a clear project. You know, you got him in the second round. And a lot of these guys aren't even guaranteed a roster spot. Now, this is obviously a unique situation with LeBron being involved and Rich Paul here. But I do want Laker fans to know that he is a qualified second-round NBA pick despite his name.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a guy who is a second-round caliber talent, regardless of what his name is. As you said, there will be claims of nepotism, and let's face it, the fact that he's LeBron's son, obviously that does matter here. The Lakers would like to make sure LeBron is happy. They would like him to come back and sign in free agency. I know there was that big release from Clutch Sports all about how drafting Bronny doesn't guarantee anything about LeBron and all of that kind of stuff. I don't buy it. I think it does matter. I think LeBron will be appreciative if the Lakers went ahead and drafted Bronny, but he is a legitimate talent. 6'1.5", that's a concern, but he does have a 6'7" wingspan. I liken him. I've seen some comps out there of like a Drew Holiday type defensive player. I think that's setting the bar a little bit too high. Gary Payton II is who he reminds me of when I see him out there a little bit on the floor. He's switchy again, has the long wingspan. I think he's going to spend most of his time in the G League. I know that Clutch Sports wants him to have a full roster spot. They're not going to sign a two-way contract. That might put the Lakers in a little bit of a roster crunch, but he's going to spend most of his time in the G League developing. That's exactly what he needs, and I think the Lakers are going to commit to going ahead and doing that. Let me ask you this, Mark. Does this change things for the Lakers as far as bringing back LeBron? Like, do you think that this is what seals the deal to return LeBron to the Lakers and finish his career with the Lakers?
Yeah, I think to the latter part, I think that's probably more of the bigger thing, finishing his career with the Lakers if Bronny is under the Laker umbrella. Now, I never thought there was any chance that LeBron was going anywhere, whether you drafted Bronny or not, but I do think it doesn't hurt in drafting Bronny. I don't see him leaving at all. If you thought there was like a 1% chance he was leaving, if they draft Bronny, well, you got Bronny now. Ain't no if anymore. But now that you got Bronny, I think there's a 0% chance that LeBron's leaving.
Yeah, he's going to stay. He's wanted to play with his son. Again, he did everything he could to walk that back to try to make sure that teams wouldn't draft Bronny just for the shot at luring him in free agency. But I think this is something that does matter to him. Obviously, it would be incredibly, I don't blame him. It would be remarkable to see a father and son play together in the NBA, particularly with LeBron still playing at this level. So the Lakers go ahead and get it done. And you know what? So there's going to be people who are upset about this, Mark. Let's face it. There's going to be people that are upset. I couldn't care less about using a second round pick on Bronny. I don't think it's a big deal. You've got players in the second round who are asking teams not to draft him. Austin Reeves did it a few years ago. This is what happens in the second round. Players don't even necessarily want to hear their name called because they want to be able to go to a certain destination, to a certain landing spot. So when I have people saying, well, but the Lakers, they really should have taken whoever the best player available is. You know what? At this spot, in fact, this second round is 2 picks shorter than the draft has been in years past because 2 teams forfeited their picks. You're going to find second round talent after the draft is over. You're going to find that kind of player out there in free agency anyway. Some guys are going to go undrafted again, just like Austin Reeves. So I don't think there's much of an opportunity cost here. To me, you might as well make this pick, bring in Bronny. If anything, be upset about having to burn a roster spot, but I'm certainly not upset about having to burn a second-round pick to get Bronny.
Yeah, it would have been totally different if you told me the Lakers took him at 17.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. then I'm like, okay, now this is ridiculous. But in the second round, there's no harm. I totally agree.
Yeah, but Lakers Nation, you guys let us know what you think, of course, in the comments section. Do you like this move? Do you not? To me, we know the Lakers at an organizational level, they want LeBron to return. They want him back. They're willing to give him whatever kind of contract he wants, if it's a 3-year deal, 2-year deal, whatever. They want LeBron to come back. He does have until June 29th, which is just a few days away, to decide on that player option. And I think this, while maybe it doesn't quite seal the deal, it certainly doesn't hurt their chances of bringing LeBron back. And again, I think it's kind of cool getting to see a father and son play together at the NBA level. But let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. But again, it's the move that we've been expecting. Bronny James to the Lakers. I would not anticipate seeing him on the floor a lot for the Lakers this season. He'd be more of a guy coming in garbage time. He's going to spend a lot of time developing with the South Bay Lakers in the G League, and that's okay. That's what he needs right now. And hopefully the Lakers can turn him into something. Because again, regardless of what his name is, he is a legitimate professional level talent. And we'll see if the Lakers can develop him. And it doesn't hurt that he smooths things over a little bit. Maybe makes LeBron feel even better about sticking with the Lakers. Mark, thanks so much for coming on here, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time.
Exciting time. Now we've got big stuff coming up. We've got, of course, waiting to find out decisions from D'Angelo Russell, LeBron James, Cam Reddish, Jackson Hayes, all those player options. We've got the trade market, of course. We've got free agency coming up. Officially kicks off June 30th. Let's go. Make sure you guys do subscribe. Turn on those notifications as well. Busy time of year here for the Lakers. But till next time, everybody, see ya and stay safe.
Lang lugod sa aga. Padi, dumanan mo na lang para mas maurag. By the way, padi, maiba kita. Kumusta na pala sa tigreto ko sa imong chicks? Haro, chicks mo ito yung garaw na bagay ito tibagros. Ang mga niririto mo daw sa kuya, padi, puro anas. Ta naman, bugay ni niya si Inot mong nirekomenda sa kuya. Para nagduduro-date kami. Arat yan dikit, pinipresentahan na ako ng products. Mag-join na da ako, tamayaman da kami duman. Bugay ni niyang yan, ta networking palan. Bugini si Panduaman, maputi-puti man ko ta, bugini niya, ang hiton man, galhoong pati, bugini, pero bagay itong daing karakarigo, saan mo man to nabisto? Bugini niya si Pantuluman, ano to, may latak ang payo. Bugini nag-istorya ako ni makatakot, may nangirit na sa nang bigla, bugini nagngingirit pati ning mayong kaulay, bugay ako na sa nang natakot. Bugay si pang-apat man na nireto mo sa kuya, tol-tol man ko ta, kundi taga ibang bansa bagay to. Dito to magtagalog, bugin ata 17 sa naman ang daradara kong English. Ang anong duman sinubli ko pa, bugin niya. Kang nagamit ko na sa 16 na English, dahil na kami nag-uulay na duwa. Tani ko man magamit itong last na English. Tano man, paano natatada sa kuya English? Kastang good night na sana. O, gamita daw to sa katahawan ng udto. Kaya man. O, araw kanin last na nireto mo sa kuya. Okay man kuta. Sabi ko nga ni, finally. Sa gabos na nireto mo sa kuya, ugwaman sarong tol-tol, si Patricia. Oh, mabuot man pati. Madaling kaulay. Kundi ang problema, ka naglalakaw na kami pauli. Oh, ano nangyari? Bogay, biglang nagpaaram. Maihi lang daa. Oh, tapos, dinulagan ka? Anong dinulagan? Bogay, nahiling ko, nag-iihi. Tindog. Ako ang duminulag. Mapapatuwad pa kitang day sa oras na. Puro Patricia pang kaniguan na naaraman. Pedro man sa napalan. Bogay ni niya pareho palang ka may espada. Pasensya na pa di. Pero don't worry pa di. May re-rate ako sa imong niyang pa di. Bogay, maurag ini pa di. Chicks ini. Yang ka na naman. Mapuong ka na naman ka mga retorito mongan. At tayo, malupit ini pa di. Maputi. Single. Kundi 60 plus na. Big time pa di. Sabi niya nga ni, kung sisayda ang mababata niya, babakalan niya tulos ng brand yung NMAX na motor. Ay ano pa? Mana! Bugin, duman ang tanang unyan. Taga sa inyan. Mana? Murang padala ba ang hanap mo? Na mas maraming branches na pwede mong puntahan?
Breaking news out of the NBA draft. It is official. The Lakers in their second round pick at 55th overall select Bronny James out of the University of Southern California. LeBron and Bronny James set to become the first ever father-son duo to be in the NBA at the same time. Here's a look at father-son duos to play in the league at the same time, all time across North American sports. You see it happen in hockey once, football once, and a couple of times in Major League Baseball. All right, we are here in studio. Tim Doyle, Mike O'Donnell, I'm Tommy Tran. We were with you before the start of the second round, tail end of this said round. Tim Doyle, the Los Angeles Lakers have put LeBron James with his son, Bronny James. What do we think?
I think we all anticipated that this was going to happen, but now that it's official, let's call it what it is. It's really cool. I mean, who would think basketball, a sport that you have to run up and down, 82 games, that we would see a father end up teaming up with his son? This was the missing piece to LeBron's legacy. He had done everything else. He had become a billionaire. He'd won championships. He had won awards. But playing with his son was ultra special. I was just curious to see if there was a GM or a front office person that would have rolled the dice and said, well, let's bring in Bronny, see if we get LeBron. There was reports out there that Rich Paul goes, if you do that, I'm sending Bronny to Australia. Well, now they get to team up, and this just seems like it's a perfect storybook ending to LeBron's career.
The Los Angeles Lakers just won the NBA draft because they got the best score in the NBA draft in the first round. Dalton Knecht fell to them. And they win on the court and they win off the court as well because they'll dominate the headlines. And that's a big deal for the NBA, especially in the offseason. And for the Lakers and LeBron James to get Bronny in this position, we knew it was going to happen. What are they getting? They're getting a player who tested really well in the combine. He's a great athlete. He understands the game. He's got a high IQ. He's a pretty good basketball player. And let's be brutally honest here. He's going to be in the G League for most of the time. I think he'll most likely, I don't know, Tim, you might be able to speak to better this than me. I mean, probably do a two-way contract where he'll play a lot of games in the G League and then the ratings will go up there and he'll play some games, get called up and play some games and be with dad on the floor, and that's going to be something that everybody's going to want to see because it has never happened before.
I think you're spot on. You know, I got a chance to see him in high school. He played my local high school, Glenbard West. Sierra Cannon sold out the game, Bronny James did, in 12 minutes. It was the largest crowd in Wintrust history. They host a Big East school and a WNBA team. He has that sort of drawing power, but to Mike's point, he's going to be on an NBA. He's going to play NBA games this year.
Oh, yeah.
But he's still going to be getting his reps, his quality reps in the G League.
Let's welcome in our NBA insider, Bill Ryder, to CBS Sports HQ. Bill, it is official. What more can you tell us into what went on with LeBron James, Bronny James, and the Lakers?
Yeah, everything the guys were just talking about, the message had been clear for a long time. Don't draft Bronny James unless you are the Los Angeles Lakers, and obviously that's what transpired. Now, I do think that I'm with the guys. He absolutely should be a G League player, and he should be a two-way player, and he should be up and down. I can tell you that the people around LeBron don't necessarily see it that way, and LeBron James, as we have seen from this draft selection, is accustomed to getting what he wants. And so I do think the question about where Bronny will play his NBA basketball career to start is the same as where Bronny will be drafted. I think it'll be up to him and up to his dad, and not necessarily what's in his best interest in terms of how to develop this player.
Bill, I'm curious to get your thoughts on what you were hearing. Mike had talked about, and he shares a sentiment of a lot of people about Dalton Knecht in the first round. Did that in any way sort of free up the ability to take Bronny James, or was this maybe always going to be the plan irregardless of what happened the night before?
I think it's both. Look, I think Mike's 100% spot on what he said. I think it's a great draft for the Lakers, but this was always going to be Bronny James to the Lakers at 55. Unless there's, and look, I was with you, Doyle. I wanted some rogue GM to come in there. It would have to be someone who did not have an important clutch player on their roster and did not want them in the years ahead, and to be that maverick and to go and to get Bronny just to try and maybe put the pressure on the Lakers a little bit to spend more to go get him. But I do think it's a win. I do think it's a win for the Lakers on these 2 days of the draft. And I'll add to Mike's point, LeBron James is now going to stay in Los Angeles, whatever Rich Paul has said. We can expect, I would imagine, the next 2 to 48 hours, whenever LeBron decides he wants to do this, to make the decision that he's going to opt out of his deal and probably sign an extension with the Lakers. That's certainly the expectation within the Lakers organization, so they get a really great player that falls in the first round. And then Bronny James, let's be fair, let's be, as Mike said, brutally candid. It's not about drafting Bronny James because of his basketball talent. It's not. It's about drafting Bronny James because of his dad's basketball talent. And the expectation is because of this inevitable decision, dad is going to be a Laker for the foreseeable future as well as the son.
The amazing part to me is LeBron understands his worth. And that's how much power. So many people in life don't understand how much power they have. I think Zach Edey didn't understand his power. I think he could have went to the open market. Who knows? They could have paid him. Now they say, oh, NIL, he's a farm. He could have figured out a way to get paid through a trust and stuff. I don't think Caitlin Clark understood her marketing power that she had if she went back to Iowa. She could have negotiated her deals with TV deals. And you want to do the Caitlin Clark game advertising. You're going to have to pay a lot of money, and I want $30 million to broadcast my games. LeBron James is like this, oh, no. I know my value, Bill, and I want my son to team up with me. I'm going to have you look into your crystal ball because you got the smart glasses on. How many years do they play together, Bill? How many years?
I think it's 3.
Oh, my goodness.
By the way,
3 years? This guy never gets old.
Let me add to your point. Well, you didn't say play well. How long have they played together? I think it's 2 years maybe where they play well. LeBron's also, okay, so LeBron has an agency that represents him, and we know that Rich Paul runs that agency, Clutch Sports. And I'm not taking anything away from Rich. He's amazing in his job and has made his own way. But that is also LeBron's agency. I mean, so LeBron has his own agency to work at his beck and call, to your point, Tim, to utilize that massive amount of power. And I think they love Los Angeles. LeBron loves living there. His son wanted to be there. He's not timeless, but I think it's 2 years at a somewhat high level, at a high level for anyone not named LeBron James, and maybe a bonus year if things are going well for Bronny.
Our guy Kyle Boone is updating as these picks are happening, and he gave a B for the Bronny James to Lakers pick. So Kyle Boone, who has been generous with a few A's in the second round, going with a B there with Bronny.
Well, it's an F from a basketball perspective, and it's an A from a marketing perspective.
That had to come together.
Yeah, that's right.
Bill, let me ask you something here, because this is now in the span of about a week here, okay? And as we get to a new season, out in LA. They're going to have those press conferences, which you've been a big part of. New head coach in J.J. Redick. Now you got Bronny James. Now you got the steal, if not one of the best gems in the draft. We talked about Dalton Connect. Again, for a team that has championship aspirations, whether that's fair or not. What do you anticipate all the LA hoopla is going to be, and if there's going to be any distractions surrounding this team?
Oh, I think it's going to be a circus, and I cannot wait. I think it's going to be nothing but distractions. Where is Bronny playing? How much is he playing? How is J.J. Redick doing? Does LeBron still like him? And let me say this about Connect, because he is a really nice player, and it's great that he fell to the Lakers. Something to keep an eye on. LeBron James and Anthony Davis, absolutely, I'm told, this isn't a secret, this has been reported universally, they want the Lakers to go and get one more superstar. Now, as of today, they were allowed to trade, or yesterday, 3 first-round picks. That wasn't true a couple days ago. Obviously, one of those picks is Connect. So maybe they'll keep him. He's a shooter. He's a nice player. There's a lot of value there. But also, if they want to go get a Trae Young or a DeJounte Murray, or if Donovan Mitchell makes himself available, I think he's probably going to stay in Cleveland or head east. But a player of that caliber, Connect would be included probably in a dead deal. Connect and the 2 first-round picks the Lakers are now allowed to move going forward. So that's some of the drama that could be out there, guys. It is always a circus. It's always hoopla here in LA with the Lakers. You throw in LeBron's waning years, J.J. Redick's unique personality and lack of experience, Bronny James, and how much he's going to command and dictate headlines and attention. It is going to be, I'm not sure they're going to win a lot of games, but it's going to be a lot of ink and a lot of commentary that's going to be generated for this team.
Tim, what are you thinking? Just early returns on what we project for LA, which has been a playoff team, Western Conference Finals a couple years ago, but you can't get past the Nuggets or teams like the Nuggets, at least not on paper.
You know, you always thought that LeBron had a hand in.
You are under attack. 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 You are under attack.
in putting the team together. Well, now we know that's a fact. Now he's had a hand in choosing the coach, right? As you were talking, Bill, all I was thinking about was LeBron James going into JJ Redick's office saying Bronny needs more PT. Like, could you imagine that conversation? Bill, if it gets to that level, like, what is JJ Redick?
Các bạn vừa xem xong video phân tích của chúng tôi. Sau đây sẽ là video.
The Lakers' 55th pick.
With the 55th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James from the University of Southern California.
The anticipation has been building for weeks as to where we would hear Bronny's name called. This is a young man who had an unprecedented spotlight on him in his freshman year at USC, where he played 25 games. He missed the first 8 games of the season after he went into cardiac arrest on July 24th, 2023. He underwent a procedure to treat a congenital heart defect. To see him less than a year later be drafted is a feat I don't think we can lose sight of. He's, of course, the eldest son of one of the greatest players to ever play the game, LeBron James, and now we see the first ever father-son duo in the NBA.
It looks clearly right there like Rob Pelinka is making that call to Bronny James, or maybe calling the pick into the league.
Yeah. While they're listening to us talk about it in the background. Yeah. And look, Rob Pelinka there, clearly a decision has been reached. Handshakes all around for Rob Pelinka there with new head coach JJ Redick. The decision on the most highly anticipated number 55 pick that we have ever seen in the history of the NBA draft.
Trying to dance around Bronny James, down to 3. Lots of contact, no call. Here we go, Bronny for liftoff. Like father, like son, Bronny James reaches for the sky.
Level to play and understands the pressure of guarding a great shooter. Poper's a great shooter, and he's proved that last year. And look at his defense. He stays down. He doesn't go for the shot fake. That was not a foul. And then the big-time finish at the other end of the floor. So not only did he defend, but he had a little showtime finish.
Reports that Kyle Filipowski to the Utah Jazz. I like it. So now Utah's draft. Utah's got Cody Williams and Isaiah Collier, and then you get Kyle Filipowski. Like, I can't give this an A+ grade because this is right around like where I had Filipowski going. But if we just add to the ticker here really fast. I like this. I like this pick a lot. This is perfect value. And I'm gonna give this an A. I can't give this. So I like an S grade on my. Almost on my, grades. And I can't give it that because, like I said, this is perfectly good value for me. But like, it's a damn good pickup. Let's see what your guys' reaction is. Shy sent you my list on X. LOL. All right, cool. I'll go check that out. Does that mean Kessler's gone? Not necessarily, because I think Kessler fits a completely, like, they're completely different skill sets. Like, my pro comp for Kyle Filipowski was Kelly Olynyk, and like, different type of skill set. So first 2 picks off the board. Let's see if you guys dig this. Let's see. Hold on. Let me add another banner here. Add this for fun. So, hold on. Give me 1 sec, guys. All right, let me know if you guys like this idea. As well as having like my, the updated ticker when there is not a current pick going on for us to talk about. I was thinking about doing this where I have my current best players available. I'll go like 3. Maybe I increase the list later on, but just so you guys know like who my current BPAs are: Johnny Furphy, Tyler Smith, Tyler Collect. Those are my current BPAs. But Kyle Filipowski for Utah, really skilled offensive big, really fluid playmaker. The jumper's awesome. I think he can put the ball down on the floor. Not a super consistent finisher, especially against like stronger athletes, but he's a really, really solid offensive player. And the defensive stuff I'm a little bit lower on, but it is interesting. So Milwaukee's on the clock now. Milwaukee has a lot of pressure, I think, to ace this pick. I think it was Keith that brought it up yesterday, saying that if he wouldn't be surprised if the Bucks pick at 33 would be better than their pick at 23. And I'm 100% there. Like, they have to ace this pick. Like, if they get the pick right here, it could kind of make the AJ Johnson pick a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Let's see what we got. Don't connect's better than Tatum. Tyler Smith at 33. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, in the third, okay, all right. Let's take off some pessimism. They got best player available. They got best player available, which to some degree matters. And I do want to give them props. But like this is another Bobby Portis. I'm not the biggest fan of this deal, honestly. Like, it's not a bad deal per se. It's better than their pick at 23. If they flipped this and went Tyler Smith at 23 and AJ Johnson here at 33, I would have been felt a little bit better about it. I mean, I'm gonna give it a B. It's a B pick for me. He is probably I need to redo my BPA now. Yeah, I'm not crazy about the pick for them. If this was anybody else, I probably would have been a little bit higher on it, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm not going crazy over this one. Like this, yeah. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Chat, let me know if I'm tripping. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to update my BPA list here. So now we got updated 3 for BPA. Tyler Smith off the board. So yeah, going back to the trade here. I mean, Tyler Smith is a good player. He has upside, but again, I just think this is Bobby Portis. I think this is Bobby Portis, and I think if I'm Milwaukee and I want to if I wanted to go big, which I think might actually be a need. With we don't know what the Bucks' plans are for Brook Lopez. I would have just went with a bruiser. I would have went. Yeah, man. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this. I'm giving this a B exclusively for this being best player available. Sean, am I really wearing green? It's a Mart here. Let me move my mic out of the way. It is a Marshall University shirt. My high school team that I coach, we went on a team camp, got some good games in, got some looks for some of our players, and they gave out shirts. So I was in the gym today, decided to put the shirt on, and yeah. They need win. Okay, even if this is the argument here. They don't need a bruiser. They need wing athleticism. Even if that's the argument, like, that's not Tyler Smith. So, like, kind of proving my point. Like, this isn't Tyler Smith, so I'm just not a fan of this deal. Brook Lopez replaced for space the floor with more athleticism. I don't see this being Brook Lopez's replacement, though. So, again, like, maybe I'm just lower on it. I'm not lower on him, the player. I'm lower on the actual selection. I'm just lower on the actual selection. Did Bronny get drafted yet? No, he did not. He did not get drafted. So glad to see... Maybe that's the old... So glad to see Sean on the front office show. Appreciate it. It's awesome. Guys, so next year I'm thinking about like improving my my draft coverage by just doing more stuff next year. Would you guys be down if I did more things draft-wise next year, enhancing the draft coverage? Let me know. Let me know if you guys would be down with that. Do you think we will buy another pick besides 55? Potentially. Potentially. Am I going to Summer League? I'm not. I'm not. All right. Let's get back to some of these questions here in the chat. BPA, like I said, Johnny Furphy, Tyler Collect. If I'm Portland, reviewing Portland's drafts really fast. Portland didn't pick at 14 because that's the trade. So Portland, chat, refresh my memory here. Portland only got Portland only selected Donovan Clingan in the first round, right? They didn't do anything else in the first round that I'm just blanking on. So if that is the case and I'm not missing anything, then if I'm Portland, I'm taking Johnny Furphy here. I'm taking Johnny Furphy here. How tall am I? I'm 5'9". What's been your biggest deal of the draft so far? My two biggest deals of the draft, these are the only two picks that have been given S grades for me, is Dalton Connect for the Lakers at 17 and Isaiah Collier to the Jazz. Those have been the two biggest deals and the two best value picks in this draft class, in my opinion. But yeah, if I am Portland, the pick is already in. We haven't seen anything from Shams or Woj yet, though. Sean's taller than I thought. I mean, what do you guys think I was? 5'2" or something? What in the world? Opinion on Quinn Post for the Lakers? I would do that like it's a priority UDFA. I don't know if I mean 55's there, sure. Chat saying trade. Traded to New York? Oh, wow. Yeah. New York. Did I forget that? Was there a trade that I forgot about? Or is that all? It got traded. Huh. I must have like really just forgotten that. New York. New York lands Tyler Collect. That's interesting. So we got a little bit of updating to do. So the Knicks at 34. They get Collect. I would have still preferred them getting like Johnny Furphy, but like as a real backup that can play right away, I don't mind the pick. I don't mind the pick. Let's update our BPA board. All right. Hold on, wait one sec. DG. Yeah, I actually do like that pickup a little bit. So Nikola, I completely botched the spelling of his name. There we go. That is so. Chat, what we thinking? What we thinking? For this pick for the Knicks. A. Jackson said the trade just happened. I'm gonna go A-. I'm gonna go A-. Let me like relook at the Knicks draft right fast. So the Knicks traded 26 to OKC for 5 second rounders at 26. So Pacome Dadier, okay. I'm gonna give this an A-. This is definitely probably my favorite. I mean, the Filipowski pick's a good one, but yeah, I'm gonna go A-. Like if you're looking for a guy that, let's really quickly edit that so nobody gets confused. If you're looking for a guy that could come in and contribute right now, there's probably like not many picks better than taking this one. My pro comp for Tyler Kolek was it was Goran Dragic. That was my pro comp. Just a real facilitating backup point guard. Yeah, they have Deuce already, which kind of makes this interesting, but I think value-wise, this is fine. I would have probably went Johnny Furphy. Now, granted, your wing room is kind of loaded, so I don't particularly mind. Although, I honestly might have even went like a Dem bonus. So this is an interesting pick. I can't go with an A, but I'm going to go with an A- for sure. This is a really quality pick, good value. Yeah. Appreciate all the support, guys. You guys are awesome in the chat. See you guys showing love. Sway says, would you be interested in Kuzma or Wiggins, this being if we can't get DFS or Cam from the Nets? I wouldn't mind either one of these 4 guys, honestly. I think the package looks a little bit different for each of these dudes, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. San Antonio here on the clock at 35. Why is Stephen A. Smith on the draft panel? The Pacers land Johnny Furphy. So the Pacers trade up one spot, it looks like, to get Johnny Furphy. This is awesome. Shout out Indiana, man. What a pick. What a pick. Clear BPA. He was the only guy heading into tonight that I had a clear first round grade on. And I'm going to try to indicate if it's a trade or not, so bear with me for a sec while I put y'all a game. So I believe this is right. So 31 Jonathan Mogbo, 32 Kyle Filipowski, 33 Tyler Smith, 34 via trade for the Knicks, Tyler Kolek, 35 via trade for the Pacers, Johnny Furphy. This is getting an A+ for me. This is getting an A+ for me. The Pacers are in general, I think, a weird team to draft for. Where I think the Pacers, in terms of like what they need, the Pacers need just like internal development, honestly. The Pacers need internal development. So I'm going to go, I'm going A+. This isn't getting an S tier. It's not insanely like, I mean, it's good value, right? Don't get me wrong. But it's not crazy, right? Johnny Furphy was, Johnny Furphy was, I'm trying to look at my board here, 25th on my board. He goes 35. This is an A+. A+ grade in my opinion. A+ grade in my opinion. A+ grade. All right, let's see. Let's get back to your guys' questions and comments here. Hold on, give me one sec. Let's see. All right. Oh, wow. I didn't even look. Juan Nunez to the Spurs. Wow. Okay. Okay. So we have. So wait, this is the trade deal from Woj. The Knicks are sending the Blazers' future second-round picks with Tyler Kolek at 34, and the Knicks could be moving 38. So something to keep an eye out there. I would like to see the Lakers potentially trade future draft capital for 38 if they can. That's something to keep an eye out on. Man, so the Spurs here at 36. Spurs here at 36. Juan Nunez, who is 20 years old. He's a 20-year-old. I think he's one of the best passing guards for sure, and I think you got yourself a real point guard in the building. in terms of just the passing ability. I'm gonna go C+ though. Like I understand it because of the playmaking ability, his pick and roll facilitation, stuff like that. But I mean, I think the rest of his offensive game is still an incredible work in progress. So I'm gonna go C+ pick. I'm gonna go C+ pick right here for San Antonio, and I'm going to go yeah, it's a fine pick. It's a fine pick. Nothing crazy in my opinion. Go back to my board. So now okay. So this is important. The Spurs. Wait, no. The Pacers sent cash considerations to the Pacers sent cash to the Spurs in this deal to secure the 35th pick. That means, if I am like accurate in my knowledge about the current version of the CBA, the Pacers have just hard capped themselves at the second tier apron. If I am like accurate in that, I would really appreciate a Keith text right about now, just like confirm that. But yeah, like that is my knowledge of this. That's my knowledge, is that they sent cash to San Antonio that hard capped them at the second tier. Yep, they are hard capped now. Let's update my BPAs. So now we are in Bobby Klitman range. So Johnny Furphy finally gets taken. Bobby Klitman. So there we go. What are you guys' thoughts on this pick here at 36? For San Antonio, what's your guys' grade for it? I gave it a C+. I give it a C+. Why hard cap for a second rounder? Because I think they had a real first round grade on Johnny Furphy. And for a team like the Pacers, where they didn't have a first round pick, to get a guy that I'm sure they considered a first round talent, to snag him at 35, I think maybe the Spurs had other offers on the table and they really wanted to get their guy. Yeah, but I'm going C+ here for the Spurs pick. I get it, but I think there's legitimate questions about his offensive game. And then when you pair this pick next to the I mean, he's a fine finisher at the rim, but like you combine this pick with the Castle pick, and I just don't, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm giving it a C+. It's a very pick. Very, and not BPA. I had him late 40s, maybe even early 50s on my board too. So I'm actually going to drop this. I'm going to go C. I'm like, yeah. When I drop my draft grades video on my personal YouTube channel, go check it out, by the way. Sports Online Show's YouTube channel. Detroit takes Bobby Klitman. So Detroit is stacking up on all the wings right now. Detroit wants all the wings. Detroit wants all the wings. But, oh, wow. Wait. Oh, so this would be a trade, because this is the Detroit pick. I mean, this was the Minnesota pick. This was the Minnesota just did a trade earlier, right? Or did Minnesota? No, Minnesota always had 37. They always had 37. I'm tripping. So yeah, let's update this. We've had a few trades here in round 2. Guys, really fast, please do me a big favor. Go check out my personal YouTube channel, Sports Headline Show. Bunch of fun content on the way. Mama Mentality just put it in the group chat. Not in the group chat, in the chat, excuse me. I have my draft grades. My first video for my draft grades hopefully will come out tomorrow. And then I'll have part 2 Saturday. It'll drop Saturday. So go check it out for me, guys. I really appreciate it. The link, Mama Mentality, just put in the chat. And the Knicks are now trading 38 to OKC. I'm so confused now. I don't know what OKC is doing. Let's catch back up here on the trades, and then yes, like Cameron said, make sure you guys hit that like button. Smash that like button, guys. Really appreciate it. All right, so let's catch back up here. We're a little bit behind. So let's talk about the Pistons while we have a brief sec. Bobby Klitman. This is gonna get the fact that they haven't went guard yet, I think makes me feel that they really, really feel confident in Jaden Ivey still developing. They took Ron Holland. They took Bobby Klitman here. I'm actually going to go A- because I don't know what else I would have done if I'm Detroit. So, yeah, A- pick. Good deal. Chat, where you guys go up for grades here? That's right. Yeah, Wendell Moore Jr. I knew they made a deal earlier. OKC is so going juice Rick now. They are so doing that. That's a fair point. Bobby Klitman, 36 on my board. It's a good pick. Man. Good pick. Let's see. A- for Detroit. Yep, I'm with you. On that one. B, says Mama Mentality. Much love, bro. Keep growing. Appreciate it. Dave says AD is okay with Bronny at 55. I mean, does it really surprise me? Why does it look like they're doing this in a studio? Like if anybody's watching the feed too, like in their background, it looks like they're in a studio, which looks really, really tacky to me. I'm not gonna lie. They are, yeah. I don't like that. Like, no, that's not a good idea, man. Just keep it at the same location. Just do it at Barclays, man. Rent out Barclays for another night. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. We are on the clock with the Thunder now, and the Thunder in round one, they took Dylan Jones, and the Thunder took Nikola Topic. So I'm curious where OKC goes with here. If I'm OKC, I'm going a Dembona here. Actually, if I'm OKC, I'm taking a Dembona. They don't care about the second round, and that's the point. I think ultimately at the end of the day. If I'm OKC though, like I said, I'm going a Dembona, and I'm calling it a day. We got over 2,000 people here on the Laker Nation live stream. Appreciate you guys. And on front office, we have over 800 people. You guys are awesome, man. Why would they rent Barclays for that? Everyone's at work. That's why they shouldn't have round two at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like this middle of the day. You want the NBA saying, oh, hey, we want everybody to care about this, yada, yada, yada. Well, freaking put it like in a spot that makes sense. Like time-wise, man. Like you want everybody to ignore it. What's up, Smokey? Current BPAs, now that Bobby's off the board. AJ Mitchell. AJ Mitchell to OKC. Okay. The value's not bad. But like I don't know how I feel about that one right now. So right now, like my initial reaction is just gonna be a B. The Knicks received cash from OKC, so OKC is now hard capped at that second apron. So let's update this. OKC trade. We've gotten a lot of trades so far. Yeah, I'm going B. I'm not in love with this pick. Draft night, draft round 2 needs to be on prime time. Yeah, I'm not in love with this pick, guys. I'm not in love with this pick. Maybe I'm tripping. Let me know what you guys think. I mean, he's day one ready. I guess your guard rotation next year is SGA, Caruso, Cason Wallace, and AJ Mitchell, which is fine. But I think this just proved the Topic pick is like a mediocre one. I don't know, guys. Where are you guys at? I'm at a B. It's good value. I just would have went elsewhere. I would have just went elsewhere. C+, completely valid. All right, so we got to update the current BPA tracker. Bobby Klitman is off the board. So is AJ Mitchell. So now we are in Cam Christie territory here for the Lakers. Cam Christie, welcome to my BPA list. Welcome. AJ Mitchell this is to OKC via trade. Shout out to UC Santa Barbara, though. AJ Mitchell is one of my guys. He was really, really fun. One of my my favorite guard prospects for the second round in the draft. Has really, really nice feel. My pro comp for AJ Mitchell was Andrew Nembhard. His pace was really, really fun to watch on film. He's going to be a good player. I just don't love the fit for OK. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I would have went elsewhere, but I like it. OKC sent 40 in cash to New York for AJ Mitchell. So the Knicks are now at 40. A lot of trades going on here. So we got Memphis, I think, on the clock. This is a prime trade-up spot if the Lakers were going to trade up because the Grizzlies, I think, are in a roster spot crunch, I think. So if you were going to trade up, this is the ideal scenario. Let's see. All right, my bad, guys. Lakers picks didn't contribute anything. Yeah, they didn't last year. The Lakers buy a pick, what they be hard capped? Yes, that's why I'm saying don't use cash. Try to use assets. Use your second round picks in the future to try to trade up here. That's what I would do if I'm LA. OKC took a risk on a guy who would have been top 5 if he didn't have 2 knee surgeries. That's a fair point. That's a good way to look at it. But I don't know. Let's see. What 2K playbook should I use in 2K for JJ? You guys are gonna get pissed off at me for saying this, but like Boston's playbook, low key, I think makes a ton of sense. Minnesota's playbook, low key, makes a ton of sense. Dallas's playbook, I would go with any one of those 3. Memphis is targeting Jalen Wells. All right. Jalen Wells gone off the board here at 39. Jalen Wells. Let's see. So Jalen Wells to Memphis, excuse me, right? Chat. Let me pull up something right quick and fast. You know, he has a very interesting story. He started off in Division II basketball. Then he obviously is able to transfer and things like that. Moves up to D1, plays at Washington State. The shooting, nice PNR scoring. But the finishing and the defense, I don't necessarily need him to come in and be like a well-rounded playmaker because I think Memphis has more than enough playmaking chops. But I do think that like the defense and the finishing ability is what's really going to hold him back. But I think the 3-point shooting and so the PNR scoring in general might help him on the floor. So for Memphis, I don't know. B-, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go B-. Where you guys go with Chad? What's your grade on this pick for Memphis? I'm thinking B- here, maybe C+. This is where like I'm curious to see what my thoughts are for when I do my official draft grades. C+, C. C+ makes some sense, man. Again, Jalen Wells looks dead on Anthony Simons. Am I going crazy? He looks dead on Anthony Simons. Guys, am I tripping? Like, go look at a picture of Anthony Simons. Anyway, I might drop this to a C+. I'm not going to be overly critical, but I'm going to drop this to a C+, I think. We're going to drop this down to a C+. Drop this pick down to a C+. Updating BPA board right now. So Jalen Wells is off the board. 48th graded player on my board. Yeah, it's still these guys right here. Harrison Ingram, Nikola Jurisic, Cam Christie. Those are my 3 BPAs right now. Jalen Wells, C+. Jalen Wells, C+. Harrison Ingram, Tar Heel legend. Yep. Mama Mentality, if you're still in the chat, once we get a little bit closer to the Lakers pick, I will make sure I get to your list. I'll even share it live so we can chat about it. Let's see. Hold on one sec. All right. My bad. We're back. Sean, where is Bronny on your board? In the 60s. In the 60s. Look at Daniel Starkhan's tweet. Bam. That's comedy, man. So this is per Daniel Starkhan because he's what's going on with Cam Christie? I know Cam Christie just went. Sean, are you full-time Lakers Nation now? Or you work another job? You guys have been putting in hella work on YouTube recently. So this is like my day-to-day life. So during the summer, I don't like Lakers Nation. I'm able to do Lakers Nation a bit more full-time because I'm just coaching during like, August through May. I work at the high school that I coach at. I work there plus the work I do here at Lakers Nation. But yeah, I'm just coaching at Lakers Nation right now for the summer. And this is just a really busy time of year. So gotta be on top of the content. Don't sleep a ton, but is what it is. Is what it is. Sean, are you going to be talking draft later with Trevor? If Trevor does another video, I'm sure I'll probably hop on with him. I'm sure. All right, 47. You're still in high school? No, I said high school I coach at. Very Like attention to detail matters, guys. Listening, critical thinking. Quitted post is perfect. Hope we get him UDFA. That is an awesome UDFA target. Awesome UDFA target. Pelicans taking Antonio Reeves. Hell yeah. I like that pick for them. I think I accidentally left him off my board. Shame on me, where he actually would have probably fit around this spot. So shame on me. 2 future pick swaps to get up here. Damn, if I'm LA, like, I mean, I'm not trading. I don't know, though. I don't know if I move up now if I'm LA. Unless you're, like, sold on N'Faly Dante. I don't know if I move up. I might just stay pat and, like, try to get one of these other bigs as a UDFA target. Like Quinn Post and N'Faly Dante, PJ Hall. Maybe try to get one of those guys as UDFAs. They took Antonio Reeves. Solid pick. A minus. A minus. Nothing really there. Let's see. What do I coach? High school basketball. High school basketball. Sean, I'm trying to coach youth. Any tips for offense and defense? It depends on the grade level, but honestly, like offense, like just the fundamental stuff, like, hey, let's get the ball moving. Let's, move without the ball more poorly, like cut with purpose, stuff like that. Don't want to overcomplicate things. And then defense, like just defending without fouling. I think those are 2 skills for both sides of the ball that is going to most like help you out the most, I think, or help them out the most, because that's all youth basketball is. Like before you get to middle school basketball, that's all that stuff is. It's like, hey, look, let's develop, let's like give them the fundamentals and stuff like that. That's going to help them the most long term, I think. No, that's not Austin's brother. They spell their last names completely differently. Did I see the Rich Paul news on Bronny? I did. I think Daniel put something out on that. I needed the AR to AR combo. McCullough is like, he's sliding. Good pick, good trade by the Pels. A+. I mean, B+. Yeah, I don't know if this is worth like 2. Well, it's just 2 future seconds. Yeah, I'm fine with an A-. I don't have Bronny in my BPAs. No. Do I put my hands in my pockets when I coach? LOL, no. I very rarely put my hands in my pockets. My hands, if I'm like not actively using my hands, like with my play sheet or something like that, then I'm probably like, or like waving my hands around, pointing stuff out. I might have my hands crossed like over my chest, but like they're never going to be in my pocket. Do your players know about your second life as a podcaster? Yes. Kind of unfortunately, they make jokes about it all the time. And I mean, it's fun to have that back and forth a little bit. Yeah, like they'll be like, Coach Sean Dave is Laker Nation. Like they'll say stuff like that in that exact tone or whatever. Or like they'll try to like do my intro, say, "What's up, guys? Sean Davis here." I'm like, all right, that's not how I do my intro. Get it right, guys. Joking. If you guys are watching this, go watch film. The Lakers are pick 55. Sean, if Max Christie would have waited another year and went in the 23 draft, do you think it would have been a first rounder? Please answer yes. I've heard that Max Christie, like teams viewed Max Christie as a lottery top type talent if he had stayed one more year. For sure, top 20, but like Max Christie had a lot of buzz if he waited one more year. Sean, what was your grade for the Lakers first round pick? S tier grade. It's the best grade. It's better than a B. It's better than an A+. It's the best grade you could possibly get. Johnny Depot, sure. Go send it to me. Send it to me on my Twitter. What is BPA? Best players available. Best players available. That's what BPA means. Damn, Sean, what did Bronny do to you? Nothing. He's just not my BPA right now. Chewing gum. I don't really chew gum during games. Like, yeah. Try to catch up on the chat. Are your players all Laker fans? No. We have some Mavericks fans on my team. We have some Timberwolves fans. We have some Laker fans. We have a couple Celtics fans on my team. We have a few Warriors fans even maybe. So, yeah. Harrison Ingram to the Spurs. There we go. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Harrison Ingram finally off the board. It's a nice pick for San Antonio, I think. I like this pickup. I like this pickup a ton. I forgot to add the trade thing here. And then this is really good value. Like, this is getting an A. It might get an A+. I'm going to go A for right now, though. This is getting an A for me. This is getting an A. It's getting an A. Finally, Harrison Ingram was 30. This I'm bumping this up to an A+, man. I had Harrison Ingram I said Reeves by accident. Like, this is A+, man. Like, this is some of the best value in the draft. Yeah. I know I wrote Reeves. Yeah, this is great value. I'm going A+. I'm going A+ here. Harrison Ingram, I think we're talking about, what they get out of Harrison Ingram here. Let's see if I can find it. Harrison Ingram has like some Kyle Anderson-isms to him, like nice playmaking, good rebounder. I think he's a good defender. I think offensively, right? I think that, the 3-point shot, that's legit. He projects to be a really good like 3-and-D wing, I think. Right? He can pass the ball, good finisher. And again, like, he shot 38.5% from 3 last season. So if that is legit, then you're looking at a really good player, 6'7" with a 7-foot wingspan. I like this pick a ton. I'm going with an A+. I'm going with an A+ for San Antonio. Really solid pick. Really solid pick. Catch up on some of the chat questions. We do make him run 17s. We do. Sean, would you like to coach for a college? I've always said it like, I'm going to say I'm willing to do anything as long as it makes sense. I'll do anything as long as like I'll coach college if it makes sense. If there was an NBA scouting opportunity, I would do that if it made sense. Yeah. It's a bunch of things I would do. Let's see where else we're at here. Lakers should trade for Anthony Simons. I don't think they can. DJ Burns and UDFA. Sure, if that's really where you want to go. Carroll, been a member, Lakers Nation member for 8 months. Awesome. My best and worst takes ever. My worst take ever is, I think everybody's going to shout Darvin Ham at me. Tristan Noonan to Indiana. Okay. Wait, who did they pick last? What was their last pick? They took Johnny Fur. Okay, so I like this pick. Tristan Nguyen. Yeah, I'm gonna give it an A-. I think it's a good pick. I really do. Denver trading Reggie Jackson to Charlotte for 3 second. Wait, with 3 second round unprotected picks. Huh. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that one. That is definitely. I don't know what I just did. That's definitely interesting. The wording on that. I like the pick. Pacers getting good value here in the second round. Shout out Indiana. But really quickly, I think going back to the super chat, best and worst takes ever. I feel like worst takes ever is probably the Darvin thing, honestly, because I like low key can't think of any other takes I've had that's been that bad. I think. Chat, let me know if I've had a another like really bad take. But yeah, Reggie Jackson going to Charlotte. Just that I like. Ooh, Jaylen Brown's overrated. Yeah, that wasn't like the best take on my part. No, yes, it was, because Jaylen Brown, like, he was getting top 15 hype heading into last year. I was like, no, he's not a top 15 player. So in my defense, that is why I would say he's overrated. So I'm going to defend myself there. Cam Reddish hype. I was lower on Cam Reddish. I was lower. Let's see. Scoot. I think there's still time on that one. So you know what? Here, I'll say this. That's a bad take because I slandered Charlotte for taking Brandon Miller. So that's a bad take. Sure. Why do I have a Paolo Banchero jersey behind me? Because I like Paolo Banchero. He's one of my favorite players in the league, and it's a signed jersey. So, yeah. And I have my AD jersey right by it. So, sure. Let's see. Any good bigs left? Yeah, there's a few intriguing bigs here still. You have N'Faly Dante. You have Quinn and Post. You have PJ Hall. Like there's some guys here still. There's some guys here. It's a fun group. Let me update my board really fast. What level in high school do you coach? High school. Varsity. I'm the offensive coordinator for our high school basketball team. Your worst take is when you said AD isn't a sub-creator, going to age like milk even more next season. I said he's not a great sub-creator. And that's where I'm going to say no, in terms of isolation and the jumper and stuff like that. I'm still going to defend the take. Sure, it hasn't aged incredibly well, as much as I wanted to. And that's a good thing, I think, if it hasn't aged greatly. But I don't think it was a bad take in general. Sean, who taught you X's and O's? Myself. That's not entirely true. I got to learn from some really smart basketball minds. My head coach when I was in high school, Brian Wyant here in Cincinnati, I got to learn from Wes Miller, the Cincinnati basketball head coach. I got to learn from our current head coach, Darrell Black, at the school that I work with now. So I've just had some really, really good people around me, and then just doing the research and always trying to learn. So that's that. I have this as Pacers 48. This is actually Pacers 49. So apologies on my part. Yeah. All right. So let's look at and update my BPA board here. So is bye Harrison Ingram. But this list is actually going to stay relatively the same. But we are going to add a Keyshawn Johnson. We're going to add a Keyshawn Johnson here. Who's my pick at 55? I mean, I forgot Rich Chomchi too. He's super fun. That's another big that's fun. If Isaiah Crawford continues to fall, man, I think I would have a hard time. Do I live in LA? I do not live in LA. I do not live in LA. I'm so full of myself. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Sean, really like the work you do. Who does Dalton Connect replace on the Lakers? I think he's a Taurean Prince replacement, personally. I think he's a Taurean Prince replacement. Moving on to middle school coaching. Any tips? What you're about to do is you're about to help lay the groundwork for the foundation of the future of your high school's program. So like middle school is such an important time. Like now you're a key part of the development for those guys. You're super integral to like some of the long-term success, like by how your kids perform. So just be ready to take your game to the next level, if that makes sense. Feed GM Rob chili beans and rice, no water or juice. Okay. Rich Paul calling teams saying Bronny will go to Australia if they pick him. LOL. Yeah, we've talked about that. I'm trying to catch back up on the chat here. The pick is in for 50, so I don't know where Indiana's going. Who's had the best draft? I really like Utah's draft so far. But for my official draft grades, go check out the Sports Online show on YouTube. Is Bronny the pick at 55? Yeah, probably. Why are the Hornets trading for Reggie Jackson? That's a great question. Enrique Freeman's fun. Let's see. Cam Spencer is on the board. Yeah, man, this board coming in at 55 is going to be nice. So Shams is behind on the pick. Like, I'm going to get on my feed before Shams reports it. Enrique Freeman. There we go. Enrique Freeman. Shout out to I like that pick. I do like that pick. So give me 1 sec, guys. Is my feed just like not refreshing? Yeah, no, like Shams is just legitimately behind on this. But yeah, no, all seriousness, this is a fun list. It'll be a fun, excuse me. It's a fun pickup, man. Enrique Freeman, I think I got to him a little bit later on in the cycle, but he reminds me a lot of Tari Eason when Tari Eason came out. I think the shooting really needs to come around. I think he was really utilized a lot as a post scorer. I think he can, like, as a short role playmaker and things like that. I think he was kind of utilized in a weird way at Akron, where I'm like, I'm curious, how do the Pacers utilize him? I think in a Rick Carlisle offense, man, I expect Carlisle to kind of figure it out. I'm not gonna lie, moves his feet really, really well. Great wingspan. Not a bad pick. I'm gonna go with the B. I'm gonna go with a B. I'm gonna go with the B. So we have Enrique Freeman. So the Pacers with back-to-back picks, they go with Tristan Newton and Enrique Freeman, two guys that are both win now ads, if you will. Hear about Filipowski drama? I did not hear about that. Did I miss anything? What? Man, yeah, like the newsbreakers should stop reporting the pick. So I'm now like just watching on my feed because, yeah, Sham stopped breaking the news, and the pick is already in for the Knicks. The pick is already in for the Knicks. I'm trying to catch up here on the chat. Am I worried about Max? No, I think they're going to re-sign Max. I think they're actually hell-bent probably on re-signing Max. So, yeah. Isaiah Crawford. Ross Lee, appreciate the comment, man. Appreciate the comment. Really do. Man, why Isaiah Crawford is just sliding. Filipowski? What did Filipowski's girlfriend do? Yo, what did his girlfriend do? Can Connect become Tyler Hero? No. I don't really have a clean comp. Like Trevor said, like 80% of what Desmond Bane is. I'm like, okay, sure. Sure. Shams just tweets out, my account keeps getting locked. Okay. Okay. That's a bit weird. Let's see. Woj is doing it. Woj trying to sabotage. That's funny. That's funny. Dang, this is like actually crazy. All right, so we are this isn't the OKC pick, right? Because before Shams like lost his account or whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to find like the details about this pick again. Because this is something that the Suns are trading the Knicks. Then the Knicks then the Thunder traded up, right? Because didn't the Thunder just pick? The Thunder picked already. And I think he's Pat Connaughton. Honestly, I think that's who I view him as. I view Cam Spencer as a Pat Connaughton. So probably a 2. But yeah, I like Pat Connaughton. Sean gives everybody an A, nice teacher. That's false. Like, are you just tuning in. All right. Who does Boston take here at 54? Who does Boston take here at 54? We have to update my BPA list now that Cam Spencer is gone. BPA now. Wait, hold on, I have some filling in to do on my board. A couple of guys have gone. It wouldn't surprise me actually if Boston trades out of this pick. No, never mind, bro. If I'm Boston, low-key, just take Kevin McCullough. Or in a perfect world, you could take Bronny. I'm joking. No, all seriousness, I think Boston trades out of this or they take a Kevin McCullough. I think that's what Boston does. I think that's what Boston does here. Let's take a look at my BPA list. Zay Crawford, Kevin McCullough, Flowers, Johnson, Justin Edwards, cracking the list for the first time. Come on, Shams. Who did the Lakers select? Let's see. Boston takes Bronny, so Bron will leave. Bron isn't going to Boston. Boston took Baylor Shireman in the first round. Again, I can really see Boston just trading this pick. I think, yeah, I'm kind of convinced. I think Boston trades. I think maybe that's what's taking so long. Is I think Boston trades this pick. Dog, it would be so freaking funny if Boston's trying to get the Lakers to trade this pick, to trade up for this pick. I would actually die of laughter if Boston somehow convinced the Lakers to trade up and give assets to come take Bronny here at 54. Let's see. Still nothing right now. I think it's Kevin McCullough or the pick is in now finally. Did Woj and Shams like get hacked again? Yes. Like, sure. Like, guys, Bronny's fine, but I think there are better players on the board right now. But I acknowledge they're going to take Bronny. And Bronny is going to, you know. Shams worked to do so fast. Shams had this in the tuck, man. Shams had this ready for so long. I'm dying laughing. That's comedy, man. Boston's taking Anton Watson at 54. Okay, like that's a fine pick. I don't think I actually got around to Anton Watson's tape. I think I missed out on him. That's hilarious. Not the pick, because we knew that was going to happen. It's hilarious, like how damn fast. How damn fast. That's funny. That's funny. Bronny to LA. Look, Bronny, I think has potential. Bronny has potential. I think he has the athleticism. He has the IQ. He has the feel. I think he's a good defender, or should project as a good defender. I just think Bronny needed another year. And I'm giving this a C because I do have better players on the board, and I think they missed out on getting a need here. So it's a fine pick. It's a fine pick. And I think it's fun. I think it's funny, really funny that hold on. that people were mad as hell yesterday for the Lakers not taking a big, but now all of a sudden big isn't like a pressing need. That's interesting to me. That's interesting to me. It's like, does getting a big matter or not? Project player. Project player. Don't mind it. I really don't like having any attachment to this. Because I have better players available. Like I had a top 40 grade on Isaiah Crawford. You could get a top 40 player at 55. Like that like, yes, this is getting a C, not because of Bronny, but because of missed value. A missed opportunity on value. So that's why I'm going with a C. We had to for Braun. Sure. I'm not even saying you didn't have to. I understand the situation. Trust me, guys. Like 1,000% understand the situation. But that doesn't mean, like, again, like looking at my board. ESPN had Crawford 67 on ESPN. But, okay, first off, if we're using ESPN's knowledge as the end-all, be-all for everything, we're like lying to ourselves here. Right? You know how many guys the ESPN like ranked super high that like so that's just bad measurement. Sean Salty. Okay, guys. All right, so really quick, because I keep seeing this narrative. Okay, so hold on, wait. Let me see. Where's that? First off, spell the name right. That's number one. Number two, I'm a hater. Find one thing that I said about Bronny where I like criticized him. Find one thing I said that was critiquing Bronny himself. What did I say negative about Bronny? I'll wait. You said he's a C, LOL. Again, your ears are important. I said I'm giving it a C because of the other players on the board. So again, you gave it the lowest grade of the second round for Bronny. Yes, I did, and I've well more than explained that reasoning. It has nothing to do with Bronny. So yeah, I'll wait. Oh, okay, that's right. That's exactly what I thought. Where is Bronny on your board? I had Bronny early 60s. I thought he was a draftable player, but again, with the way my board has shaped out, where I had my 39th ranked player on the board, my 42nd ranked player on the board, the 44th ranked player on the board, like a couple of big options as well. Oh, well. This take will age horribly, Sean. I don't give a shit. I don't care. like, I don't feel one way or another about Bronny. I like Bronny's upside. I've said that. This is nothing to do with Bronny. Is this a second from the Zubac trade to the Clippers? I haven't thought about that. That actually makes some sense. All right, guys. Apparently a C is generous. Okay. Thomas Bryant trade. Is that where it's from? Let's see. The Knicks here at 56. Knicks are on the clock. Welcome, Anthony. Welcome, Anthony, YouTube member. I'm sorry, but Bronny didn't earn this. Sean, you 40, bro? Like, why hate? I'm definitely not 40. So again, what are we doing? 55 is not far from the 60s. LOL. I know that. Again, this has nothing to do with Bronny. I've well more than known that Bronny was going here for a while. I said this at the top of the stream, as a matter of fact. I said, when Bronny gets taken 55, I already have it penciled in as a C. So I've been saying this. That's an F without the curve. That's not true because I've given D grades. I've legitimately hated picks. This is a pick I don't hate. Let me stop talking about it. Let me just stop talking about it. All right, cool. 56. The Suns take Kevin McCullough. Heck yeah. That's amazing value. The 42nd ranked player on my board is now off the board. Shout out to Phoenix. That's Phoenix with some low key. Phoenix gets Iguodala and Kevin McCullough. That's fun. Shout out to Phoenix. Phoenix, one of the winners of round 2 for sure. Good pick. Good pick. This is an A+. A guy that had 42 on my board, you get him at 56. This is an A+. A guy that's going to come in and I think like actually be a rotation player for them right away. I think he's going to be a rotation player right away, guys. Kevin McCullough is going to be good. Great value. Great value pick right there. Trent Flowers still on the board. So we got to take McCullers off BPA now.
With the 55th pick. pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James from the University of Southern California.
Hello and welcome to Access Sportsnet Lakers. I'm Chris McGee. Joining me, it's the Hall of Famer, Big Game James Worthy, my Sportsnet co-host, Allie Clifton, and Mike Bresnahan is going to join us later in the show. A big week and a big day for the Lakers as we take a closer look at Bronny James, the 6'2 guard with the 6'7 wingspan. 25 games at USC last season, 37% from the field, max vertical leap, 40.5 inches, tied for 6th highest in the draft combine, and he is now a Laker. Lakers GM Rob Pelinka appreciates the magnitude of this moment.
I think about the Los Angeles Lakers. I think about, a franchise where basketball history just sort of unfolds and takes place. I mean, if you think back to the origins of the game of basketball and Dr. Naismith and a peach basket and all that's emanated from the invention of the game, and you think that in the history of the NBA, there's never been a father and a son that have shared an NBA basketball court, and that feels like something that could be magical. And we know and have to respect, of course, that LeBron has a decision about his opt-out, and I'm sure he and his family and his agent will deliberate what they're going to do there, and of course he has freedom to decide whatever's best for him and his family. But if it worked out that he was on our team next season, NBA history could be made, and NBA history should be made in a Lakers uniform. So that's just sort of globally how we feel about the draft moment, but more important than that is to talk about Bronny James as a basketball player, because this is his day, and he was the one selected with the 55th pick. Bronny is first and foremost a person of high character, and second, he is a young man that works incredibly hard. And those are the qualities we look for in drafting players and adding to our developmental core at the Lakers. He had a great draft workout with us where he displayed those qualities to me in an hour lunch that we shared in the building just to get to know each other. It became clear that he was a man of character. In terms of his work ethic, I think we've all seen that lived out too. He's not a person that has ever taken shortcuts or expected or been entitled about basketball opportunities. He's worked for everything that he's gotten, including being selected today at 55. So it's an honor for us to add him to our program. Coach Redick is already excited about putting a development plan around him to increase his basketball skills and turn him into the player that we think can impact and help this franchise.
Bron took to Instagram to share this post before the draft. Not a feeling the world better than being around raising my boys to men. Pop's over here getting emotional as hell just thinking about the journey so far. Thank you both for allowing me to be your dad and be part of your compass through life's trials and tribulations. And as they said during the draft coverage, this has been the most anticipated 55th pick in NBA history, and today it becomes a reality. Bronny James is a Laker. Congratulations to Bronny and the entire James family. And James, it's been a topic of many conversations over the past few years, and especially these last few months leading up to this draft, and it becomes official. Bronny James drafted by the Lakers.
Congratulations, because, Bronny is one step closer to doing what I think he really wants to do, and that's, carve his own niche. I think that's what he wants to do. It has to have been difficult to be the son of LeBron James, from high school to his 1 year at USC. And I think the one thing that he wants to do most is, you know, carve his own niche. That's my alarm. And so he's one step closer to doing that.
Yeah.
And he's had the best preparation probably you're ever going to get. You know, Kobe used to say, if you know, outwork your opponents, practice more hours. He's already into that, getting the concept of the game from his dad. So he's going to have to carve out his own niche. What's that going to be? He's bouncy. He's athletic. He's pretty smart. He has not had enough, you know, grooming yet, you know, and USC, I don't know if they really utilize him the way he will be utilized in the NBA. There's a lot of different avenues that he can choose. He can be a pesty defender. He could be a pull-up three that could back you up and get a 15-footer or a floater. We don't know, you know, and I submit to you when people talk about, you know, the height and all that, there has been some guys that have played. J.J. Barrera, I can go back to, you know, Nate Archibald, you know, guys who are around that, but they all find a niche somewhere. And he's, you know, he hasn't blossomed yet. He's still growing. So let's see. We'll give him a chance. And his time is now. He can start to just be Bronny. And, you know, you got to like that.
You know, Big Game, I think that's the thing that has been so fun for me and cool for me to watch, kind of, as you've mentioned, we've talked about it for years to this point, but especially most recently with all the coverage of, there's the history side of all this, right? The historic element to this being the first ever father-son duo to be teammates, to play alongside one another in the NBA. But then there's the personal side of that. And you could argue that he's got one of the toughest journeys to this point for all that he's gone through, but also because of his name. But I think in the very few interviews that we have heard so far to this point from Bronny, most recently when asked what he wanted from himself or of himself when it came to draft day, draft night, this moment, he simply just said, I want to hear my name called. But to take that even one step further, he's made it very clear that he wants to make a name for himself. Yeah. And I think that that's the one thing that you have to appreciate for someone like Bronny James, is that there is an eagerness and there's a passion to create his own lane and do something special. And it's something that could carry on and continue to grow for years to come in this league. And I love that for him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his journey has been unique, right? I mean, James, how many times in the past few months were you asked about what the Lakers are going to do with the 55th pick, right? I mean, we all have. I mean, this day was coming, and Bronny has navigated that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even tell you how tired I am, especially the last month, everywhere you go.
Yeah.
They want to know, what do you think? And no matter what you tell them, you know, sometimes it turns into an argument. Yeah. Sometimes they come at you telling you, you know, what his potential is. And so, you know, I'm just glad that this time has arrived, because sometimes I'll just say anything to him to get him off my back. But, you know, his time is here. We all have been anticipating. And, you know, they've done a great job with this kid. You know, Savannah, you know, a lot of his genetics come from her as well. So it's yet to be seen. And I've always said, you know, you just have to wait. There have been, you know, plenty of guys his size, plenty of guys with less experience that have somehow found their way and found their niche. Yeah. But will it happen right away? We don't know. It's his journey. So, and I know when he starts to practice and he can get away from all the fanfare and all the stuff that we have to talk about every single day about him, you know, he may silently, methodically find a way. It might not be anywhere close to what his dad, but it might be something that can be productive, especially if he gets the floater, if he finds a niche that works for him. He's quick, he's athletic, and he's still learning. So let's see what happens.
As a father, you know, you can try and imagine what this day must be like for LeBron James. I think it was back in December of 2021 when he first put out there, like, yeah, it would be a dream of mine to one day play with my son. And of course, everyone ran with that. Today for LeBron James, sitting there, hearing his son's name called, and it's on the team that you play for, can imagine it was pretty emotional and a very special day for the entire James gang.
There is the other element to that, right? Because also add to that, your father is arguably one of the greatest to ever play this game, but 2+ decades he is still the face of this league.
Yeah, he's 21
that
years
you are
in.
now walking into. So I think listening to Dave McMenamin report just on the small gathering that he and Savannah and the family had there for Bronny in that moment, Bryce putting it out on social media to give you a little glimpse inside what it was like. I think Bron probably nailed it best when just saying, no matter what the history is, personally for us as a family, the history for the league, it's about the journey of Bronny. And I said it to you out in the newsroom. I can't help but think that less than a year ago, the scary health incident he went through, that was a touch and go moment of life.
Yeah.
And Big Game, as you know, this is one of those opportunities to hear your name called. It's one of the biggest dreams and achievements that an individual person and athlete can experience. And Bronny got that.
He did, and he deserved it. And a lot of people don't remember that. You know, it was 5 months, 4 or 5 months, so he wasn't, you know, with USC.
Yeah.
He came back a little late, overcame that. So, I mean, I have seen guys that may not have the potential that you need them to have right away, but as they get older and as they start to mature, you can't dictate. So this is what we've all been waiting for. We don't need to, you know, talk about it anymore, or it's just his time. And I'm sure he's ready to just clear his head and start working, because there's a lot of
get ready for summer league.
There's a lot of competitors out there that he's going to come up against in the summer league. So yeah, his journey
Hopefully they
starts
celebrate tonight, though, right? You got to celebrate.
Hell yeah, it's a family. It's family time. Yeah.
Celebrate.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Chào mọi người nha. Ngày hôm nay là một ngày đẹp trời, nên mình sẽ tô một sản phẩm đẹp nhất để cho mọi người xem. Và các bạn thấy hay, hãy cho mình một lượt like và một lượt đăng ký kênh để ủng hộ mình. Mình cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều. Và bây giờ mình sẽ đi thôi vào thôi.
Mình làm sẽ tiếp tục mà nhé.
Dạ. Mình cho mà thôi nhá.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Ngày hôm nay mình sẽ tô màu sản phẩm. Chắc là các bạn chưa biết sản phẩm gì đúng không? Thì các bạn hãy vào xem video của mình để biết sản phẩm nhé. Nếu các bạn thấy hay, hãy cho mình một lượt like và một lượt đăng ký kênh để ủng hộ mình. Mình cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều. Và một lần nữa, mình cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều. Và bây giờ chúng ta cùng đi bắt đầu tô màu nào. Cô gái thì thích nghe, đúng không?
Cái gì mất à? Cái đùa với nhà mày.
Cần nghe nhưng mà bây giờ
Mẹ mất rồi.
cái nói
Đừng chạm vào.
nhạc gì đó thì đâu xem gà nhắn thế nào. Gà nhắn tí không cần là xem cổ.
Cút này. Im.
Xem là có gà không cậy đâu mà. Để thử nghiệm đi. Nhạc ngu quá.
Mẹ mày nữa. Ở nhìn nhẹ rồi nó mất.
Mình còn chỉ yêu mình em.
Cái gì? Cầm máy đi mà cho game.
Tí là đi quay được đi chơi đâu.
Nhỉ thì nghe anh nói.
I was at 8 handicap. Yeah. 8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's not act like children.
The results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President
president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
if it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do, all he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from the medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
President and former president making their way off the CNN debate stage. Looks like Jill Biden, the First Lady, has come out. Former President Trump walking off the stage. The first debate of the 2024 campaign and the earliest presidential debate ever now in the books and in front of the voters. Tonight, along with Aaron Burnett, the first word on what those voters might make of it from our political professionals, from our CNN Flash Poll and Swing State Focus Group. We'll be talking to surrogates, including Vice President Harris, getting fact checks from our Daniel Dale and new reporting from inside both campaigns. With me here, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, Kate Bedingfield, David Urban, Van Jones, Alyssa Farr Griffin, and Newsnight anchor Abby Phillip, and David Axelrod, and CNN Chief National Correspondent John King. John, let me start with you. Your thoughts?
Anderson, this was a game-changing debate in the sense that right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket, and they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates. Let me be clear. None of them, and a lot of Republicans, don't think Donald Trump had a great night. Donald Trump broke the fact-check machine more than I can count tonight. That will be on the record as we go forward. He refused to answer some very specific and direct questions about his conduct, about January 6th and what all. So that will be dealt with out there. And sometimes there's a parallel universe between the political elites and the American people. It'd be nice to see what the voters say. But I can tell you, it started minutes in. It started with the first couple of answers, and it has continued throughout the night from a, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, to what do we do about this? And it involves very senior people in the Democratic Party, including elected officials, saying we have a problem.
Just to co-sign what John is saying, I mean, the panic that I am hearing from Democrats is not like anything that I have heard in this campaign so far. And a lot of it has to do with, first of all, there was a deep frustration about Trump's lies. I mean, he lied a lot tonight. But the problem for Biden was that Trump was able to take sometimes incredible falsehoods and turn them into some kind of argument, whereas Biden's answers were, in a lot of cases, not coherent. Deeply problematic that he was not able to take pretty straightforward answers and answer them to the American public, and then also at some points bringing things up that teed up Trump attacks. So there's a real concern here tonight that there's been some real damage done that cannot be undone. Biden solidified the perception among voters, but especially among his base. They were hoping that tonight would be a game changer. They are now seeing a president who is in the White House, who they do not necessarily believe can do this for another 4 years.
David Axelrod?
Look, I can't argue with either of them about how Democratic leaders are reacting to this poll. We said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal, and for Biden, the goal was to appear energetic, engaged, and look like someone who is capable of serving for another 4 years for president. That was job number one. I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think if you just judge this on sort of policy stuff, he did score a bunch of points on issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic issues. But there is a feeling, I think there was a sense of shock, actually, at how he came out at the beginning of this debate, how his voice sounded, about, he seemed a little disoriented. He did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in, and I think you're going to hear discussions that I don't know will lead to anything, but there are going to be discussions about whether he should continue. And I think part of it is Donald Trump did not meet his mission either. He could not resist the temptation to be nasty, to prevaricate about a whole bunch of things, about his own record, about Biden's record, and to seem petty and small at times. So what you saw was a candidate who's deeply vulnerable and a president who may not be able to take advantage of it.
Listen, if anybody in America thinks that was even close to being an okay debate by Joe Biden, I'm living in a parallel universe. That was an unmitigated disaster for President Biden from the second he walked out to the closing statement. The biggest issue for Democrats is abortion, and he couldn't give an answer. He gave an answer, he couldn't even give a coherent answer on the biggest issue for Democrats tonight. I've heard from leading Democrats across the United States, elected governors, congressmen, who are texting me and saying, I'm worried I'm going to lose if Joe Biden's at the top of the ticket. Bob Casey, I promise you tonight, in the state of Pennsylvania, is thrown up in his mouth because he knows that if he's got to stand next to Joe Biden, he's going down in Pennsylvania. If he's on the ticket, I don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah, look, it was a really disappointing debate performance from Joe Biden. I don't think there's any other way to slice it. His biggest issue that he had to prove to the American people was that he had the energy, he had the stamina, and he didn't do that. And so I think that is of concern, and I think for a lot of Democrats, that's very disappointing. I will say Donald Trump also had some really rough moments in this debate, and talking to the Biden campaign, they say their dials started really moving away from Trump as he was increasing his personal attacks on Biden. So I think there was a lot about his kind of character and the kind of personal nastiness that he was putting on display, that doesn't help him with the swing voters that he needs. And I also think you saw him continue to get sort of more and more animated across the course of the debate and, give some really problematic answers about January 6th, some really problematic answers about Putin. So, Donald Trump did not get off scot-free tonight by any stretch, but
look, there is no two ways about it. That was not a good debate for Joe Biden.
Ben?
That was painful. I love Joe Biden. I work for Joe Biden. He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all. And he looked, I'll give you the analysis, you kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain of what we saw tonight.
And if I may just add to that, I think Joe Biden lost in the first 3 minutes. I think a lot of voters probably tuned out, and millions of people are having conversations with their families, with their friends, of if the president is up to the task and if he should step aside. And I'm someone who believes the former president is a threat to democracy. I think he is a threat to the America as we know it. He wants to fundamentally change our institutions. He has laid out what his plan is. I am not confident that that is the man to take him on. You cannot tell me democracy is on the line and then give that performance tonight. If, based on that, in 18 weeks, Donald Trump will be the president-elect.
The people doing focus groups tonight, and we'll see if our style group with Laura Coates confirms this, that Biden actually scores pretty well on the issues when he's talking about the substance. And Trump's numbers went down both because he was ducking questions, he was lying about some things, and he was refusing to answer. And some of it was the tone. They don't like him. So when you see that, when you see sort of the statistics, you're going to look at like, oh, that's a mixed bag. But to Vance's point about the president's performance, that's what caused the panic. So the question is, and my question actually is, what happens? Because to it's a great political strength of Joe Biden is his resilience and his stubbornness. It's also sometimes a blind spot because he is so stubborn. It's going to be very hard to someone, and I don't know who it is, who could go to Joe Biden and say, you need to do this, number one. And the question is, again, like, I'm just telling you, to Abby's point, I've been doing this for 30-something years, going on 40 years, and I have never, ever had what happened on this thing tonight happen in the middle of a debate. It started early, and it continued. And to Van's point, Van made a very important point. These are people who love Joe Biden, who credit Joe Biden for kicking Donald Trump out of the White House. They're Democrats. The Democratic Party is a very diverse party. It fights about a lot of things. It has generational issues. It's had regional issues and everything else. The thing that unites the Democratic Party is trying to keep Donald Trump from getting back into the White House. They love Joe Biden for kicking him out. They don't want him back. They came into this debate nervous that Biden was in a weak position. They leave this debate panicked.
John, if you love the guy, how could you put him out there?
That's
like that? If you love him, if you love Joe Biden, if that was my father, you don't put a guy in that situation.
It's a great point. These guys know this better. These guys know this better because they talk to them. There's this legacy in the Democratic Party. You don't challenge the incumbent because when it's happened in the past, they haven't beaten the incumbent, and then the incumbent has lost the general election.
It was actually Donald Trump that helped make Joe Biden the nominee because there was a feeling that if there were a primary, that would weaken, that Biden would probably win, but it would weaken him in a general election. And so there were people who could have run and didn't run because the history of that is bad. The point is now he is the nominee of the Democratic Party. This isn't the 60s, okay? Voters choose the nominee. He is the nominee. Only he can decide whether he's going to continue. And as you point out, and as Kate knows very well, this is a guy with a lot of pride and who believes in himself. And the idea that he's going to say, you know what, I had a bad debate, I think I'm going to walk away from this, I find it hard to believe.
It was also, and I'll let you, I know Scott, you can try to jump in, but it was also, it was an atypically bad performance, okay? And it was also one night. So yes, was it an important night? Yes, but it was one night in the course of a campaign. So I think let's see how voters react to it. Let's see how voters react to it.
The problem with the one night is that it's a one night that helped confirm people's fears. It's the one night that everybody was watching. That was essentially, Trump said, you ought to take a test. That was his test. And people are going to feel that he came up wanting, not on the substance. I think he actually won on the substance. I don't think Trump did well. I think what it says to a lot of people, a lot of active Democrats is, man, we can beat this guy, but I don't know if we can beat him with the president.
Scott, we haven't heard from you.
When we came on before this debate, I said I thought this candidacy was teetering. And everybody jumped on me.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Every single person out here. and I just, the candidacy has fallen, okay? Van, I know you're speaking from your heart. I'm worried about the president. We should pray for the president. I think his advisors, I think the White House, and I think his family have a lot of explaining to do to their party and to the American people. This night, this one night, was caused by and asked for by the Biden team. They wanted this night. And this is what we got. We have been told for weeks by Democrats who say, oh, in private meetings, I've seen Joe Biden do cartwheels and handstands while doing trigonometry while solving all the nation's problems. We now know that every single person who said that has been lying to the American people.
Including Kevin McCarthy?
We've been told, Kate.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Kate, everything we've been told about his mental acuity by these Democrats has been a lie, and everything we think we knew has been confirmed. I got a text from a friend. She's not terribly political. She'd maxed out to Biden in the last election because she hates Donald Trump. She said to me, I will never forgive the Democratic Party for this election. If the Democrats truly believe that he is an existential threat to democracy, and that's not just some talking point, they will wake up in the morning and they will do something else because this is not sustainable.
That's another point about there are Democrats who are panicking, and then there are a lot of Republicans who did not want to vote for Donald Trump, who do not want to vote for Donald Trump, who are also panicking tonight. I heard from one who said, this is scary. That's how it was described to me. And
I'd second that.
There were a lot of those feelings, not just from the base of the party, but other people who really think that there should be an alternative to Trump, who they think is dangerous. And that's the other part of what is unfolding tonight in terms of the panic that is out there.
You already have, coming into this debate, support for third-party candidates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. highest, and then Jill Stein and Cornel West nowhere near as close. But if you add it all up, you get into the teens in most states when you do that. I think one byproduct out of this is watch and see if those numbers go up a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to go up anywhere like a Perot standard, but you get to third-party candidates getting into double digits, then that's really starts to twist your electoral math, state depending on who they're drawing from state by state. This was already a very complicated race. This is within. Number one, the biggest complication right now is the conversation with the Democratic Party. But the other complication is going to be if Joe Biden stays put, and Kate's right, maybe there'll be another debate. I'm not sure Donald Trump's going to agree to a second debate. Biden's going to need it now. I'm not sure Trump's going to agree to it if the dynamics of the race change.
They'll never
and I would
meet
also
again.
watch the third party.
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Especially to you two guys. If, for whatever reason, there's a change at the top of the ticket, you guys are in trouble with Donald Trump, because the guy who was up there tonight is not a guy who's going to inspire people. He did not show in any way that he has changed from the guy who people don't have a very positive opinion of for a lot of good reason.
I think Donald Trump won several policy exchanges tonight. I think he did well on immigration. I think he did well on the economy. I think he did well on inflation. I think he went back to Afghanistan as he should have. The thing he did not do was, after he realized that he had Biden beaten on policy and on image, he should have turned the page and sounded an optimistic note about what we can become as a people and as a country. He did not do that. He continued to pummel Joe Biden all night. I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the night, very few things about the policy exchanges is going to be remembered. People are going to remember Joe Biden. They're going to remember him shuffling out. They're going to remember him staring blankly into the camera. They're going to remember him looking down, losing his train of thought. And they're going to remember that everything I thought I knew, but the White House told me don't believe my own eyes, is actually true.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I said, Scott, was if Joe Biden were not the candidate, if there was another candidate, I think Donald Trump would be in deep trouble.
But if I may, that is such a sad state of affairs. Something I was consistently hearing is, what a bad debate in the sense that Donald Trump lied throughout. He misrepresented. He tried to turn away from key points that he should have given answers on and kept deflecting. With any normal, generic Democrat next to him, I don't think he would have won the night. But you put somebody who was suffering from the moment that they got out, it was hard to watch. I had to occasionally look away because it was so uncomfortable. I think America deserves better than the options that are in front of them. It's really devastating. And by the way, our allies are watching.
Yeah, look, I mean, the way that I would try to phrase it if I were less emotional is Biden stuttered, but he told the truth. He looked terrible, but his policies were good. Trump spoke plainly, but he lied the whole time. And he looked good, but his policies were terrible. I mean, he's going to do nothing on climate change. He was hugging the cactus on abortion. I mean, his policies are terrible. So you have somebody who probably shouldn't be president, and you have somebody who cannot be president in terms of what Donald Trump represents. So we have a problem as a country now, and this might be an opportunity for people to come together and figure this out, because neither one of those people right now are inspiring the confidence that they should inspire, that they can do the job in a way that would be good for the country.
But young voters are up for grabs in this election, and I don't know a voter under 30 who would have watched tonight and could say, I have confidence in Joe Biden and casting my vote for 4 more years of Biden.
And this opens the door, by the way, for the conversation about if Joe Biden remains the candidate, you're not voting for Joe Biden. You are voting for President Kamala Harris. Let's be honest. That is where the Trump campaign is going to go with this. They started down this road with an ad they released today. But this conversation about who you're actually casting your vote for, the volume is going to ratchet up. And I got news for you. She's less popular than he is. That is going to be a big problem for the Democrats if this ticket stays the way it is.
Yeah, and a Scott's Democratic friend who maxed out, right? That's the sentiment you're going to hear, I think, from some of my Democratic friends who are texting me saying, I can't believe this is where we are, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to forgive the party for putting in this position.
Look,
on Donald Trump's lies, I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking about this throughout the debate because, we in the media, I sit in the chair and I fact check Trump all the time. So I know these lies by heart at this point. But people watching from home do not. And Biden's job as the other person on the other side of the stage is to be the one to very quickly dispense with the lies and to shut them down. And I don't think that happened enough times in a coherent way to blunt the fact that Trump was taking a universe that was built on a house of lies and building a whole world for the millions of people watching.
Particularly on some of the most basic subject matters that President Biden should have been able to just...
That world that he was able to build, it was not knocked down by the president. That is really at the heart of the problem. He may have won when he was making his discrete policy points, but part of the job on the debate stage is dealing with an opponent like Donald Trump who goes like a mile a minute on things that are not true. And if you don't deal with that,
Abby.
I don't know if no one at home is doing that.
All I want to say is I'm not sure. I don't think you're giving viewers enough credit. I think what they saw was the Trump that they didn't like. And I don't think he did himself a great service tonight.
But
I also think we should let voters absorb this and see what they say, right? Let's look at the dials. Let's look at where they are next week. We can make our pronouncements, but ultimately voters have to absorb it.
They're going to turn your mics off, guys.
Real quickly, on the one thing that that Biden did fact check him on the Charlottesville thing, he was completely wrong. Right, so he's up there talking about Charlottesville and Trump not denouncing the two sides, and Snopes was out last week. 7 months, 7 years too late kind of thing on the deal. And that's the thing Joe Biden's going to fact check him on, something that was proven false.
We're going to more with the panel out here. A lot of notable moments, painful moments from tonight. But as we've been talking about, perhaps a single defining one as well, this one early on.
nominees. A first.
1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, much at all.
To speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
How are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach in your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination of what I was left with and corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% 25%, either one of those numbers. They'd raised $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are when you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been including the young woman who just was murdered. And he went to the funeral. And the idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in to talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time was between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. It's the last. No politician is making that decision. A doctor should be making that decision. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only a woman's life is in danger. She's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
The Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy, with very conservative members on the Supreme Court, takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban. on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person coming in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and he just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody but worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice, that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since they passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed, his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next door in those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery we refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general And he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff and said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along that line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their families. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home, and their families, and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Not when he was president. Here they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that area. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did. Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine.
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire. Not just a piece, he wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? You think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine from weapons we make here in the United States, we give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages or a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're trying to say the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. They don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas. Greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Let's go back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us, Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. There may be a big ocean, but we're able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. We want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about. Go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia? At a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that story. He just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. In addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that there are $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. We find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities where I funded them and got them all funded. And the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing with the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing will do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. The only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 towards their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it, because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. he should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that we're importing. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy, when he